Alright, cool. We are live. So, I want to just maybe do the lining here. No, we should do our figures first. We should do our figures first. Alright, we're doing our figures. Hey, how's it going, Kit? Starting off with our figures. Hopefully starting strong. I'm doing alright. Probably a little bit more sleep deprived than I should be, but I don't feel it, so. Well, I just stayed up a little bit later, doing something for the Kiss the Twink thing we were talking about. Nice. I actually feel really good about that one. And we're done ahead of time. Fantastic. I just released some progress image. Yeah. Oh, for the kiss the character meme? Mm-hmm. Want to do some face studies quick and simple? Probably just 5 or so. Yeah, that'd be pretty good. There's no reason why you shouldn't do that. Proud of you for doing that. Know how this section here always ends up looking longer than it is. Because I'm always distracted, I think, by all the muscle groups to actually know where the bones and stuff begin. At least I think I'm starting to realize that in my own work. Could definitely use more experienced eyes. The goat thing coming along. Oh, you know, I didn't... where we finished off yesterday is pretty much where we finished off. We did a little bit more lining, so we have some more of it done. But still on that same section. You know, I never see this guy from behind. This is a new pose for me. Lost track. Randomly died during stream. Oh. Aw. That's why you messaged me with like, sounds like a plan to me. That makes sense now. I need to get some like reference of Nightwing, probably. I don't know. Depends. I mostly just need like reference so I can draw what they look like for the like demo of what people will see. Jeez. I don't know what direction that is or what limb that is. This is just like flesh-shaped stuff in that direction. Human body is quite a strange thing. It's true. I always love this guy because he's got some great poses. And his muscles are all very defined. Anytime now, I will be able to draw again. The entire thing reformatted itself. Fantastic. The answer is no. Lost something. Hold on. Music is gone. Yep, music is not having a good time. We're gonna do that one at the beginning of everything. So, anything else go off? No. Okay. All right, let's keep it going. When Dawson as a kid. I think Dawson was a lot of fun, especially because of the crazy gestures he can do, right? Dan? See, I don't know Dan from Street Fighter, I'll be honest. I'm really like a fake fan, right? I just like playing the game sometimes. Oh wait, Dan's the pink one. Dan's my favorite also. Shit, I'm dumb. He's so silly. I love him. I'm really hoping he gets released, but he's probably going to be the very last character ever released to 5. I'm so dumb. He's the guy who trained Sakura, right? Because Sakura thinks she's Ryu, or he convinces her that he's better than Ryu. He's also Blanca's friend. I'm sorry, my brain's not working yet. We're still waiting on that patch though. That's like, it's been an ongoing thing. Brain just don't work. Ever. Not just sometimes. I think it's just funnier when like he's bad at everything. It's my favorite kind of masculinity. Not Dan's, but like the people who play Dan and are just like, I'm just here to have a good time. I don't care about the whatever else. Oh, I know this character. This is, what's it called? This one's from Guilty Gear. It's the lady with the guitar. A bar is so Speaking of, I heard that Silksong crashed the Steam marketplace. Like no one could get in to buy Silksong because there were too many people trying to get in and buy Silksong. Mhm. And by heard, I mean my friends were doing it earlier today. They were like, I can't buy Silk Song. And I'm like, that's funny as hell. Hey, baby boy. How are you? I bet it will be. Like, even if it's just Hollow Knight again, but with a different story, people are going to be super happy with it. That's way too thick of a butt. Well, this guy does have a really big trunk here. Oh, I don't have enough room for. Also got up on Green Lanterns. Yeah. What are your thoughts? I bet you still hate it, probably. It's a lot of like lore building, I will say, but I really like lore building. So, because I feel like while it might not be independently very like critical, right? Like Superman or Batman to like the world, or Wonder Woman, right? I feel like the Green Lantern is definitely an important book in the whole like absolute universe, because it's going to expound a lot on the Guardians, right? If there are no Guardians, and that means because like Darkseid took them out, that means that the light is acting of its own, right? That's why it's all under flames. We got Abensurs and stuff like that. And so it's kind of like this one. Hope is by itself its own force, which I kind of like. But because of that, it definitely has like a slow burn, because it's setting up a lot of like, this is why this is different, this is why this is different. Like out of all of them, I feel like the Green Lanterns are the most changed. Like you could say a lot about how Wonder Woman is like, it's completely different because she doesn't have the Amazonians and everything. It's like, I feel like Wonder Woman is the least changed, realistically speaking, because like a lot of her struggles are narrative, right? She's not facing the same things as like Bruce Wayne or Superman, right? So I think that because, what's it called? Because this one is, the Green Lanterns are the most changed, it's the most shock for a lot of readers. Which is really cool, right? Because when Darkseid talks about recreating an entire universe with no hope, right? The most changed are the Green Lanterns. So he basically took out the space cops, right? He was like, okay, no more space cops. So is Darkseid an ally? Like, what's the... No, I'm just kidding. This is what I have so far for the Quiz the Twink thing. Somewhere is my Discord. Mm-hmm. Where is that? What am I looking for? Okay, so this one has that kind of thing. Yep, 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 yep. Surprise MILF. Nice. Fantastic. That's a lot of Nightwings. Definitely probably one of the shorter hair ones. Probably not the one in red. Probably also not the one in latex. I guess it's just shiny spandex, but still. I think I like the blue mask more than like the black mask. But anyway. Yeah, thank you. I'll probably be going with the one with the blue mask. Let me see. Let me grab this really quick. That probably needs to go much slower. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about much slower. getting distracted from my figures. I also don't have chat up, so I have no idea what people are saying because I'm using a reference. So give me 1 second to get this in really quick. How do I want to pose his neck? Something like that, probably. Too much hair on top. Yep, that one's the problem. Can't see chat still, so I'm neglecting people. 1 second. Maybe that's a bit too much. I really don't need this much. Okay. Sorry about that. I just wanted to get the layout in. When you hate the pose and everything. Modern design, yes, not in red though. When you hate, I don't like the long hair is the only thing, right? So it's like, I think the outfit is kind of cool with the eagle on it, with the quote unquote the Nightwing, but I just don't like mullets. And both that one and the yellow have a lot of mullets. The open chest is also very 70s, so, you know. Anyway, that one, that's the general placement for. Nightwing. I guess we'll set that at like, what? 10? Maybe 5? Something like that. I'll probably have some feelings about this later. Mostly right now, I think I made the neck too tall. There you go. Pretty much. Okay, that's enough of that. I should get back to the other one. Is a mullet hater? I am. I know. I think Beast Boy looks awful with the mullet. I don't like the mullets. It's not a cool design for me. Like, just wear the full Tarzan. Why would you cut the front hair short and leave the back hair long? It's really fucking lazy. Right? Like, the only reason you would do it is because you're being lazy. People are like, oh, why do you have short hair? Why do I had short hair for the longest time is because it doesn't get dirty as quickly and I don't have to wash it as much. That was it. That's it. That's why I wore buzz cuts, basically. For most of high school? Pretty much, yeah, most of high school. I wore buzz cuts. Because I was lazy. And it's like, if I'm going to make a character that's supposed to be like taking care of themselves, a mullet is not the way to do it. Right? There's some people that love mullets. I don't understand them, but right? There's like, I guess, a redneck appeal to it. If I'm making a redneck character, I'd give him a mullet, but listen, okay? All right, let's do another round of figures. Did you end up doing your face studies? Nice. I hope they went well. I hope you learned something from them. You only did one so far. Take it easy, right? Do like 5 really quick ones, right? I like this guy's face when he's sitting here like this. I'm not going to try to capture the face. I have so much on my plate, just trying to capture the form. Having some trouble with the paper thing you explained to me. That is to be expected. Even if you fold it over, it's still just kind of like a blank space to have to put the shapes in. And listen, I'm not like an arbiter of truth for this either, because I still mess up. Last night maybe it had something to do with how I was burned out, or maybe it just like, I was just struggling with the eyes, because I was doing Sprungy's eyes and I was like, those are not my eyes. It looks weird. I don't like those eyes. They're not mine. They just ended up being too like pointy towards the bottom left, right? And it's like when I draw my eyes, they tend to be a little bit more rounded at the top. Unless like, it's because I've been doing so many of the goats, and so I basically just defaulted to drawing the goat's eyes. The goat's eyes are not my eyes at all. It was really weird. It unfortunately looks like the Asian shorthand a lot of people use. Man, this guy is so fucking flexible. I can't tell what that is. I assume it's like his glove or something. It's hard to see. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Probably worried about it too much more than I needed to. What a twinkish figure. Curious. It's a bit stiffer than I wanted, but I got most of the form in, so I'm alright with it. One, two, three. Wow. What the hell? Why does this come to me when I have such little space in this area? Love the way the skirt hits that and the way the hips are holding onto the... Man, the form is so good. It was such a good job separating out what is where. This one is excellent. Sorry, I'm completely distracted. I'll get back to you and the paper figures in just a second. Let me finish, what's it called? Let me finish the figures that I'm doing first, and I will assist best as I can. Let me just catch up and read while I'm here. Bum bum bum. Expected. Sick and used to drawing masculine figures. Patient is now having full-length conversations with themselves. Who's patient? Oh, patient me. What? I guess you gotta find some way to distract yourself while I'm doing this stuff. It was better in the first half, I think, at watching chat during this, but it is what it is. True. This is what I mean. It's like, it's not very interesting to actually watch someone draw, right? Like the concept and the idea is fun, right? We like the idea of watching someone draw, but in practice, it's just like not really feasible because it tends to be like a lot quieter than usual, and I don't know. It's not like you can like do exactly what I'm doing or follow along or play along, right? And even if you did, you came here to relax, not to practice and work. So speed paints, the music doesn't even help. I know! I'm sorry. I wish I was better with it. I wish I was doing something more entertaining. Maybe I'll just do Silk Song for the rest of the next week and this week. Maybe I'll get more people showing up. At the very least, it might be something clippable. Just a big gun. Big guns and the women who fire them. Be a magazine cover. That's why you need to read chat messages in context. I am! Well, most of the time I'm reading them in context, and then I get distracted by whatever I'm doing. I feel like a video game doesn't make it easier. Especially if I'm doing, fucking, what's it called? That was really interesting to read about, like, Ludwig and stuff, because it's like 1000%. I agree 1000% that it is very impossible for someone to start, really. And the only way to do it is through like shorts and building an audience somewhere else. Because people like browse and look on YouTube for stuff to just watch. Hey, how's it going, Moob? He reads backwards. I don't read backwards. In conversation, I'm not part. That's fair. You know what? I don't know what I'm talking about. I read the music doesn't even help, and I'm like, yeah. You're done with figures, of course. I have to scroll up so far. No, can't you just like direct the messages into my brain remotely so I don't have to like read? Can we implant the microchip that lets me just like have the... Actually, never mind. I don't want chat directly in my brain. I feel like that would be bad. I can't scroll up while I'm doing figures. I might have just misread it, which is also something that happens. Because I know it was in context as the speed paints, right? And I was having a different conversation. I do love this woman. Her poses are excellent. That's the latissimus dorsi on top of the rib cage because women don't have a lot of muscle there. Shouldn't erase, but whatever. Grok download chat is tuned to his balls. No! No! Not my balls. I use those with some frequency. Please. Anywhere but my balls. Alright, we're almost there. Home stretch. I say home stretch infrequently. What I mean at this time is that we're like last quarter. For what? For teabagging your mom. I don't ask me questions that'll get me banned off Twitch. No, it's fine. It's alright. Fuck, I spent so much time in this section, I didn't get to any of the rest of it. That is a shame. I'm gonna try to just like block this guy out. I don't like the way this looks, but it is what it is. Happened yesterday. Oh, hit me with the ah? Oh, the A character. Gotcha. I understand. I remember that. When they asked for a character and you said ah. And then we both lost character privileges. I want to, because this person's holding a rubber chicken. I want to draw the rubber chicken. I know that I should not draw the rubber chicken. I should not draw the rubber chicken. The rubber chicken is not important to this pose or this figure. The rubber chicken is not important. Do not draw the rubber chicken. See, now I can keep up with chat to a degree because I'm not like fawning over a figure or something. This one's kind of boring. And I didn't give myself enough room. Shoot. That's alright, I guess. Her ear, maybe I can put her nose in. You may not realize, but Sprung is very... Hey! What the hell is that supposed to mean? Excuse me? I'm right here, literally watching. What is that supposed to mean? There's just a lot of things going on. The state fund, thank you. Maha thanks you. The male neck is literally nightmare fuel. What do you mean it's literally nightmare fuel? I like drawing the male neck. I think it's the easiest one to do. So you can use as many blocky shapes as you want, and it looks as masculine as possible. And shapes are insane. I think Maha's getting that state. He might. You never know. Keep resetting it, so. Neck is 3 triangles. The neck is an orthographic war happening all the time. Really, you only know about it when you pay attention. Every other time, it slips out of consciousness, aware of its own fragility. You don't take shortcuts in this house. No, I mean, like, what they're saying is fine, right? It's not really a shortcut, right? You're just, like, breaking it down into 3 triangles. Well, pyramids, I guess. Technically, it's a cylinder, like 3 cylinders, but it depends on what you want to break it down as. At least I hope they're talking about the geometric shapes. Always a gun. Always gotta be a gun. I mean, there's been multiple already, but I haven't said it yet, so. Xylem phloem in the trachea. What? What the fuck are you talking about? The neck is definitely transient, by the way. Just look at people who don't have a neck. Bet you feel dumb now, don't you? My mother is a nepenthes. I don't even know what those words mean. I can only assume they mean terrible things in Latin. Mods, arrest this man. Jug plant and sunflower. Listen, I don't think there's anything more devious than a jug plant, so. 15 to wait. Why would you do that? I didn't mean to actually do that. Hold on. Kit. How dare you? I did not. I did no such thing. You bring that man back right now. That is absolutely an inability to understand the intent behind what I was saying. It's okay. Black D had to learn that lesson. I had to learn that lesson. And now you have learned that lesson, Kit. Don't do that, because otherwise it'll remove their entire message board. And it's really hard to see what they actually said. And you can't reinstate messages, as far as I can tell. This wouldn't happen on Discord. We all get one abuse of power. Exactly. As a treat. We all get the one. Right, should be the last three. Yes. Swear Twitch mods the worst kinds of people. Where's that castle? Virtua Fighter? We get one of you. Oh, hold on. I don't like the precedent that this is going. You get one accidental abuse that must be corrected before forgiveness happens. Wait, last one. It will be an accident, don't you worry. That can't be. You can't say it like that. Then it makes it look like it's not an accident. It also makes me feel like I'm the target for some reason. Okay. Imply fault without proof. Oh my gosh. Your divisions in power. Created a ruling class. No, I'm taking advantage of people who are willing to do work that I don't want to do. I think it's face studying. I like the glasses. Good use of geometry around the nose also. Nice, nice. Is there anything else? Nice. Sorry, I got distracted by a narrative thing. Difference between the two? Difference between what two? Oh, these two. The standout difference between these two. I'm not seeing a lot of like underneath construction. So I'd say difference. I think the Dan has a little bit more of, correct my guidelines. The Dan has a little bit more of like the eyes are on the same plane, whereas the first one they kind of wrap around a bit. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. You're doing a lot of erasing the whole way through. Or is it just on a different, it's just on a different layer, right? Mm-hmm. I think there is a little bit of, not the ship method. Oh, you do work on one layer. Okay. Well, you want me to go ahead and grab these? Let's go ahead. Copy this, but first I'm going to save all of my figures. Huh. Well, let me move all my figures over really quick. Should I send reference? I feel like, at least for the Marissa one. No, you don't have to. I kind of know the characters enough. And the things I'm going to be pointing out are more construction and fundamental to the human head than they're going to be to the individual character. Okay. I don't play Marissa, so I didn't recognize her at first. All right, so that's out of the way. How's it already been an hour and a half, right? Mostly because the figures feel like they take, well, the figures take exactly 1 hour, right? All right, so let's pop this in here. Okay, so the first thing I kind of want to point out is the paper method that you're using for for this. I'm noticing that, let me look at the video really quick. I'm noticing that you are not committing to a paper face, right? You didn't really have your angle set up, right? I would highly, 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 highly recommend not putting down the paper and being like, oh, this doesn't make sense. Oh, that the head or maybe like this, right? I don't know, maybe this one, right? The point of the paper method, right, is to block it out. And then have consistency, right? This is your central point. This is the thing you build off of. This is not the thing that you are going to, what's it called? Remake to try to conform to everything else that you're doing. You gotta really like have this attempt to maintain this exactly the same. So if this is the distance, halfway is here, following the perspective. This is the center line, right? So to speak. So we know our nose is gonna go here. Probably in a lower place. And then we know that our eyebrows, or our skull shape, we're gonna have about the distance of the ridge of the nose, right? So we have the nose, the nostrils, and these change. And then we have the ridge line, so to speak. And usually the eyebrows are the space of the ridge line in a neutral setting. So they're gonna be on the inside of the nostrils. So the opposite of the box method, no, for the same thing for the box method, right? The paper face, it's, the paper is the thing. For the box method, it's the box, right? This is your guide and reference point. You should not change this because this is all of your perspective. If you put something down and the box doesn't look right, don't change the box, change the thing. Because this is your rock, right? You are awash in a storm of all these contradicting shapes that are going to make it difficult for you to see the vision, right? And this is your rock. If anything feels out of perspective, it is that thing that is out of perspective, not the box. Do not redraw the box. Do not redraw the paper, right? If you are unhappy with the angle of the face in the paper, redraw the entire thing or erase the entire thing. Do not adjust the paper so that it matches the angle that you want. Because if you don't have the angle from the beginning, you don't have the angle. Which is also why I encourage to just stick with whatever you have. Because what it's going to do is it's going to make you, it's going to have to force you to think in whatever this shape that you have, right? You're going to start thinking in the perspective to this shape instead of like drawing the nose shape, right? If I draw this nose and I'm like, this doesn't look right, right? I'm not going to change the box to fit that. I'm going to change this thing to fit that. Same thing with this side. Hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. Because I know how confusing it can be because everything will feel out of perspective and out of form and out of shape. And it won't make sense. I'm getting distracted just doodling. Anyway. Do not, I guess I should leave that because that's what you want. So my recommendation, right? Once you get this, you can add the rest of the skull in if you want. It seemed like you were struggling with that a little bit. My recommendation would just be to don't worry about the skull shape taking the rest of it. I know Cynics also puts it on there, but sometimes they can get a bit distracting. So just focus on finishing up the eyes. And remember that conversation we had about obscuring things? Cynics is, he's an acquaintance of, what's it called? Ethan Becker. They've shown up on a couple of things before. But he's also another art YouTuber who I think is really good. If you want to learn how to do painting, or they have these anatomy quick tips where he'll cover one anatomy part, like the inside of the knee, or like ears, or like noses, the face, shoulders, right? They'll do a lot of those things. So those are all really good. He did the hips and the butt. They're a great resource in getting you there. I didn't like find understanding after watching them, but I think understanding comes from practice and implementation, not from watching a tutorial. So again, the ridge line, we have our eyebrows. And because we are following this inside curve shape, right? We know that the eyebrow is going to follow this curve, and then it's going to follow this curve. Yes, I can. So let me do that one more time. Because we're following the curve, because we know that the eye does not sit on top of this flat plane, it has a well for itself that it sits in. So we know that there's like radiating circles from all sides to show us the depth. So if we know that this eyebrow is following this curve, when we get to the other side of this, as we start to become more incurved in this direction, we know that this eyebrow is going to have to face in this angle. So I'm not looking at the reference that you have. I'm just kind of pointing out things. We're going to follow more or less from the center of the eye down the cheek. We're going to follow the curve and go straight down, and that's more or less where the edge of the mouth is. Then I've done a little bit of an oopsie here. I'm not following the perspective perfectly. But that's okay. We can, at the end, change things here and there. Once we have... Remember, the paper is just to get us into place. Once everything is looking right, we're drawing things on top of it. The other thing is the chin is not in a part of this whole... because if I look, I've got this side of the face is off perspective from the other side. This should be more like that. Same thing with the mouths. Or the mouth, my apologies. Mouth should be more. Like this, sort of. We're just gonna erase the mouth. So I can start again. Because I wasn't following the perspective, right? Some sticker eye syndrome on the first one. There is a little bit of it sticking to the side, especially with this one. What am I doing? Okay. We have the plane you've gone with, right? And then this is the midline. So that might be a difficult sticking point, right? You might be doing these head-on poses thinking they're a lot easier, but you're forgetting that the center is going to have a very flat perspective, and as we move up and down from the face, they're going to move up and down, right? So in the example that I've done here, our perspective, they're all going to curve this way. Right? They're all going to curve slightly downwards towards the end because the perspective is that it comes back around this end. And I just didn't draw this straight. And so if we draw our mouth, palm and down, a straight line is going to be curved. We'd be looking up at this. And then we have the chin. So the chin isn't technically on the paper face. Up at this. I don't even know where the tool is. It's also tripped me up. I'm going to draw this castle in 5-point perspective. Oh no. Top circles down and call it a day. Oh no. Is 5-point perspective is the one where you have like one, two, three, four, five, right? Cheese. I don't even know what I'd be doing with that. So the chin, you're gonna put it right below. And here's the trick, right? People always put the chins to a point, right? They do their anime chins and they'll go bam, bam. So the only problem with this castle in the middle. So there's 3 left legs. The problem with this pointy chin is that it's very vague. It's especially when you're learning, it's very hard to understand where it is. Eventually, a lot of people figure it out, but if we follow the contour of the face, we have down, or straight, and then it comes in, curves out, flows out, comes back in, goes out for the lips and the mouth, comes straight down, and then out again for the chin, like that. And so this is a straight line, probably not that far out. This is a straight line, so to speak, and this would probably curve. And so you notice that the line looks like it's going, okay, bam, bam, bam. Like this, right? It's right there. But because like this looks like I'm looking at it from the side, right? The problem is the perspective is like this, right? So this is all a straight line across this plane. And so people will usually either put the chin way too far out or way too far in. And so when you use a flat chin instead, you now have another perspective line that's going to be more or less lined up. And it makes it easier to place the chin, I think. Because now you can give it volume, right? All right, the only thing that I would say if you want to get better at drawing the neck is understanding what makes the neck. So here we have the neck, right? So you'll notice that the cross section of the neck looks like this. We have the back muscles. Technically, if you have someone who's very muscly, it could look like this, right? And then, depending on where you cut the neck, it could look like this. Or it could look like this. And why is this, right? Well, it's because, no, sorry, this is wrong. This is wrong, 1 second. Could look like this. Or like that, the bottom one. This is because we have the, I forget the name of the muscle. It's the sternocleidomastoid, right? Get you a bell tip. Shh. The things that TOS doesn't want you to know. Anyway, so we have, imagine the neck as a single cylinder, right? Let's remove some complexity. Then we have a cylinder that starts here. We draw a dot in the middle. And ends here. So that's the cylinder, and what it's doing is as it's like changing in direction, it's also changing in contour because it is wrapping both around the cylinder and underneath the cylinder. Does that make sense? The xylem and the phloem. Sure. Wrapping around the 2 cardioid arteries. Pretty much, yeah. This is the sternocleidomastoid, right? And so as you get closer to the bottom, the bulge is towards the front, and as you get close to the top, it's towards the side. The important thing to note about this muscle, right, is that it connects right under the jaw. And it's called the sternocleidomastoid because it's to the, I think sterno means to the side, and then kleino means to pull or stabilize. I can't remember which one. And mastoid just means near the mouth area. It doesn't have anything to do with the actual jaw movement or anything. It just has to do with stabilizing the neck in the up and down, the nodding, and the twisting. Stern means front. Okay, well then it must mean it connects to the front, to the sternum, if that's the case. So that might just be a reference to the two muscles that it connects, the sternum, the two bones that it connects, sorry, the sternum and the kleino something. So it connects to the front and to the side or something. The name doesn't really mean anything. It's important to know in the sense that if you know what this muscle's name is, sternocleidomastoid, then you will be like, oh, the sternocleidomastoid. Of course, it looks like this, right? Stern is back. So you lied to me. You took advantage. Anyway, regardless of what it's called, these muscles are connected at the base of the jaw. They're not connected to the jaw. A good way to know is the ear, right? So they are connected right beneath the ear as well. So when you're drawing a character and you're trying to get a good vibe as to where the sternocleidomastoid is going to be, you go to the ear, do the jaw, and then right underneath, you have where your cylinder is going to be, right? If they're really, really muscly, you can see the outside of it, right? If they're not really muscly, you pretty much just see the inside. So you can still draw your cylinder tube, but you're only going to, in the final drawing, draw the inside, right? The next key thing is to understand that your ear is going to be directly across to the other ear. So this is where it's going to connect on that side. Going to come down and down under here, right? So why does this matter? It can help a lot in understanding how the jaw obscures the neck, right? If we draw a head like this, and then from the front, we extrude down the jaw, and then connect it back, the neck is going to not connect straight down, although that would be really funny. The neck is going to connect at an angle like this, more or less. But a good shorthand is to kind of just take the head shape and then just do that, right? There's a lot of animes that have characters like this. You have really thick-necked characters. And this is not actually this is the latissimus dorsi connecting to the back. And then you have the sternocleidomastoids connecting here in the front. And then you have a flap of skin. Depending on how old the character is, this can be really flappy, right? Or this can be really small in the case of young characters. Well, this is going to go right into the sternum in the middle. Oops, that's not where you put the shoulder. The shoulder goes more or less dead center. Amygdala? I don't know where the amygdala. Isn't that just like the pleasure center of the brain? Isn't that more or less like here? If you have the brain like this? Isn't the amygdala like in this general area? I should study the brain more to know how it looks, but I never draw it. The face, yes. Because I didn't take my medicine. Anyway, so when you're drawing your face, you can draw the same line down here that we did to find the center line. We draw that same thing and we take it up. And that's where the other neck is, or the other ear is. So that's where the other sternocleidomastoid is going to connect down. And then the ear is about halfway. So that's where the back of the head is. And that's how you have the neck. This is a little bit easier to place with the box method. Because with the box method, you draw it from the side. You have the ear in the halfway point. And then pretty much off of that, you can draw the jaw. And then from here, you can just draw the neck. A good way to think about it is if you have the head, and if you already have your clavicle, or if you have the box where the clavicle is. Decent job of showing the ear is popping out of the face. Yes? What do you mean by popping out of the face? Let me look at the reference that you're using. I think there's an adequate amount of, what's it called? Like overlap, if that's what you're looking for. T-lines. Oh, for the box face. I'm not sure. I think it looks fine. What you could have done is done some lines that more are coming out, right? So remember, we think this line's in front of this line, and we think this line's in front of this line, and then we can do like curve it down, and then this shape is in front of this line, and so it kind of builds on this like, okay, well, if this is in front of this, then this must be in front of that. And if this, because of where it's at, is in front of this, that means it is in front of this, and all that stuff. And you can also just make this line thicker. I think you did a fine job, though. I think you have a lot of disconnected shapes because you're kind of guessing at the form, which is where you're at is pretty fine. I don't think you need to worry about that right now. It's a detail. I could recommend one thing. It would be practice this. Here's my head. Here's my jawline. I want to draw the neck, right? So this is where my ear, going across the depth is my ear. That would be the neck, right? Because when you have poses like Dan, who's here, you go across to there. This is where it helps to keep your construction. Because this line is the same distance as this line if you need something to grab, right? Yeah, it is quite literally the exact same thing. The jaw comes down, sure, and it might even be open a bit, like you have it. Here you have your perspective is not matching up with this line. So you might have it twisted a little bit more than I have done. You might have it more like that. Might be fine. Do you box like that? It's just kind of, the box is not like the box right now, right? The box is just my perspective guide. So this is not a reference to the entire volume of the head, right? Does that make sense? The second one I drew? Here. For me, what I'm looking at when I drew the first box is you definitely should, at least like on a second layer or something. You're fine. No problems. What I'm looking at here when I'm drawing these, right, is I'm looking at the edges of these boxes, right? Because this is the ridge line for the eyebrows, right? And so if you can kind of have the ridge line for the eyebrows, you can kind of just like have the rest of it, right? I tend to use the eyes as the center line for the perspective, but it depends entirely on what people are doing, right? But these lines definitely don't match this line. Multiple times in the process. So what I'm trying to get at when I'm talking about like perspective lines is more, it's not like, oh, you got to get them all right. You kind of just have to make sure that they're all going the same direction. So we have our chin here. We want to go in the same direction as this. Wait, which one? The ridge lines? Why am I going this way? It's a great question. Because I'm following bottom of the chin. It should be, yes, but I'm saying that I'm trying to follow the ridgeline for the eyebrows, right? And I'm going to the horizon line. If I were to follow this line to the horizon line, ends up somewhere here-ish. So that means that like the middle of the face ends up being here. So this is below the horizon line. So this is going to the same vanishing point that way, more or less. Does that make sense? That is pretty much it, yeah. even if the jaw is open, it just goes open from here to here, right? Like we don't have a change in anything of the direction of the jaw. It kind of just keeps going that way. So you've got the right angle idea-ish, sort of. You're kind of just going in the wrong direction. Okay. So let's do one from scratch so that I have control of all the perspective and everything. You will, exactly, right? Let's draw from more or less the same angle. So this is, bye Moob, have a good one. Let me pick. I was just gonna do the same more or less perspective as the other one. Cool. So we have the ear is going to be more or less halfway down the box. Notice that our horizon line, right? We're looking up at this and we're looking down at this. So our horizon line is somewhere here-ish, more or less, give or take. I think I needed to be seeing at least 3 sides of the box. That helps, right? It's like with this one over here. Right? 3 sides helps, so they're all going this direction. I'm just saying it helps in the long run, because now if we have a box like the one that you did with the horizon line going through the middle, you have to draw a cube in perspective, right? And you have to follow that perspective, right? Even though I, as a viewer, see this is the horizon line, right? The cube itself has its own horizon line at this angle because you've tilted the head and you've also changed the angle, right? It is close enough to the viewer that I cannot see the top of this box and I cannot see the bottom of this box, right? So that means that we have to be following the perspective lines like this. Does that make sense? I'm not saying there's a right or wrong way to do this. I'm saying that it is easier because you are worrying about less things. If I was to draw the box up here, right, same horizon line, I am now only worrying about everything going in the same direction as this cube, right? So the bottom chin is going to have the exact same angle as the top eyes, right? I don't have to worry about them hitting the same vanishing point, right? I know that they're both going to go in the same direction. So I can just kind of draw the same line. Let's put that into a little bit more specificity. A little bit more perspective, I guess. I think I know how to do that yet. Which one? the 2 lines, or if you've done the first section to draw a box, you have definitely done this, sort of, more or less. Single line, really? This is 2-point perspective. So 2-point perspective is when you have a point here and you have a point here. I draw a line as my start for the cube. Every line that's going this way is going to connect to this vanishing point. We're going to assume that all vertical lines are going to be infinite, right? And every line in this one is going to be going towards this. Does this make sense? This is not worm's eye perspective. Worm's eye perspective. So, sort of, you're right in the sense that it's worm's eye because we're looking up, but worm's eye is more 3-point perspective. This is 2-point perspective. 3-point perspective is when you have 3 points. 1, 2, 3. And if I draw a cube, a single point as my one vertex, all vertical lines go down to this one. All lines going this way go to this one. All lines going this way go to this one. And we kind of like build out perspective like this. Does this make sense? This is where you get a lot more dynamic perspectives for sure. The perspective thing is a little bit more important than the other one, because if you don't understand what perspective you're in, nothing's ever going to look right. And if you don't understand how to restrict yourself to one perspective, one type of perspective, then you're definitely not going to get anything right. Does the 3-point perspective more or less make sense? The reason we call them points is because they are vanishing points, infinitely far away. Even if we rotate them, the box should still look normal as long as they're all pointing in the same direction, right? But it is very important to understand 1, 2, and 3-point perspective to be able to draw stuff. If you are struggling with that, then you should do a little bit more of these practices. 3 sides, so it doesn't matter. You can draw isometrically and still draw 3 sides. Let me show you how. Right, this is not a real cube. It does not take into account any sort of perspective. You don't, but it's okay. What I'm saying is, here we have the ear, more or less in the center. So to get that, we just draw a line in the middle, and we just connect both points. We draw a point on both sides middle, and we draw a straight line, one to the other. This is more or less where our ear is going to live. It also helps us determine the heights of the nose. So, and I'm doing this, there's like a reason for this, right? If you feel around in your head, you'll notice that the skull ends slightly below the ear in some cases. So that's where the back of the skull is, right? That means that the neck is a cylinder that comes out more or less there. And the distance of the cylinder tends to be about the same as half of the cube, but like this, right? It's really hard to draw this without doing the other things. Okay. Cool. And then that just connects up like this. This is more or less the neck. I would not really recommend drawing the neck first, but if it helps to understand, then I would do that. But the entire drawing with a box is an exercise in perspective. So I would definitely recommend knowing perspective before you do that. Cool. I should probably draw the ones going through the back as dotted lines. Anyway, never been the perspective on applications. You just skip through it a little bit too fast when you're talking to me about it, right? The neck is kind of rough, especially from this angle. You can kind of do it a little better from this angle, right? So that's kind of the jaw, kind of not. Here we go. And from here, we have the neck being a cylinder that comes out and down. And this is how you draw someone who's very masculine with a neck, right? That's why I say it's a little bit easier from the top-down perspective, because you're kind of just, what you're doing is you're taking this jaw shape, right? And you're taking this about this much, right? If you feel around in your jaw, you kind of know that it's coming up through. And then the rest of the cylinder is on the rest of the skull. Okay? So that means when you put it in perspective, especially like this perspective right here, we're never going to see the neck come out of the jaw because the jaw is way out here and the neck is way back there, right? Even if you have a character that's like reeling their head back, all you're doing is you're taking this. Come on. Moving it forward more or less. Nah, there's no way to do that. what you're doing is you're taking this and you're still going from the same place. You're coming down now instead. Say they're really feeling. They're like, ah, fuck, what is that? Right? 2 hours in. Yes. And this should probably be a little bit more down in this direction, but whatever. Point is, I erased the wrong one. I'm so dumb. You're still gonna be drawing the chin way out in front. This is a really hard way. Oh, that was me opening my mouth like the pop cat. What's a good thing that you could do? Maybe you can take your fist, right? Take your fist. I'm trying to think of something that I can put on it, right? It would help if you had like a fist-sized helmet or something, right? You could probably take like a bowl or a paper plate or something, right? And then just put it on top. Oh, I know. Okay, okay. Take your fist and then, so take one hand like this and put your other hand like this inside of it. I was like, how can I show this to you? And I was like, wait, I can literally draw. So you have this, right? You literally can't see anything. Okay, so you have your hands like this. You're gonna have to find a mirror or something. Fuck. But when you look at one of the necks head on, or one of the heads head on, think of that as your jawline. And you can move your wrist around to like emulate the neck. It's not the best example, right? Maybe you can just like, no. Man. A 3D model definitely helps. But you can think of it as like a piston, right? Take like your piston shape. And then put a little hat on it, right? And that's your neck. For some people it might help before you draw like the whole box. You draw the circle and you draw the neck. And then from there, you start putting the face on it. So you get your paper face, you come straight down. All right, let's draw in perspective here, right? But this is shifting what your rock is, right? Your perspective rock. Does that make a little bit more sense? New people as a means of finding distractions? Here's a good point. Here you go. Actually, maybe this will work? I wish I had something thicker. Maybe something like this? You can think of the neck and the head kind of like that. I know it's like a black dog with a black item. But you're always going to have the neck coming away from the head, smaller than the total like front and back of the head. That might be another good way to think about it, right? You have, we're looking at the head from the bottom, and the neck takes up this much room, more or less. So like the front third is the jawline. So you draw your rectangle. Front third is the neck. With the jaw, and then the rest is the neck. This is a pretty extreme angle, I'm not gonna lie. Something like that. Yeah, a lollipop might work too. The problem is it doesn't like, what you need is something that sits on top of it like a mushroom cap, and then like you can wiggle around the base of it and the mushroom cap can stay separate. I don't know how to draw good transitional shapes. Here it comes. Owie. Really, putting a helmet on a stick would work also really well. It just has to be a helmet that has like full jaw protection. Let me see. I got a message from my cousin. I think it's U block, right? What's the one I blocked at the beginning? My cousin messaged me asking about ad blockers. Gonna give this one last try. Yeah, absolutely. Try to keep in mind the perspective of things. If it does or does not help, right? Try to just like practice a sphere with an appropriately sized cylinder underneath. It's the exact same joint as like the arm or something. And then once you get to a place where you feel comfortable with that, draw the cylinder and then draw like a chin or something underneath it. And the way you control something being more and less masculine, which is not super important, but for clarity, is that men, on average, tend to have their necks be the same width as their head, right? So from like a 3/4 angle, and women, on average, tend to have a neck that is smaller than the width of their neck. Or, yeah. The width of their head. You can also see this in femboys and stuff like that, is that you'll have much thinner necks. And then from the 3/4 perspective. Remember, slightly flat on the chin. With women, we want to go ahead and round that out a little bit more. And then when you have like really cartoonish characters, you can get even more dramatic with the neck sizes. Anyway, I hope this helped. I'm gonna go ahead and screenshot this and send it to you. I do want to really emphasize perspective. To me, the one that made sense the most, right? It is a lot to take in, right? Because oftentimes when you're beginning, right, and you're like, why doesn't this look good? The answer is not one thing. It's one thing that's not even related at all to the thing that looks bad. But it's at the very beginning. So like, because you measured this wrong, everything else is wrong following through. So that one can be a bit rough. The one that tends to help me the most when I'm thinking about it is that piston in like a shaft. If you know anything about pistons, they have like a head and then like it moves separate to the thing that's inside of it, right? The little arm that like rotates with the camshaft. And that is kind of like a fucking a head and neck and jaw sort of a deal. That helps me a lot. If not, the little mushroom drawing also that I have on there. I just also dropped card terms on you. Okay, I understand. I'm getting distracted. I should get some water. I don't have any water. Is this gonna start playing again? No. Okay, cool. Save this and we'll be back to do probably, I don't know if I want to do Kiss the Twink or Day Night. Probably Day Night. I'll just work on the other one. Work on this one off. I messed up a little bit on the shoulder here. Probably Day Night. I will leave this running in a loop while I am not here. Oh, I probably need my water to get water. All right, you're back. No, you were supposed to entertain the mass. What happened? Why didn't you do that? How could you? You've abandoned the people in their time of need. What? What happened? What's up? Saying that Maha did not entertain the masses in their time of need because he abandoned them. Literally played us a song on your guitar. Aw, is that true, little baby boy? Did you do that? Hell nah. Alright, I should probably scroll up to find out what you're talking about with the music thing. So far away. Oh, it doesn't go back that far. No, there's two snakes. It's gone. Pop, pop. Oh, there you go. Bit of this, bit of that. We'll have to get a bar of soap. Was it before or after that? I think so. Modern design, version. After this, probably. Okay. That's is now having full-length conversation with themselves. True, that's the streamer grinds that. Blame you, same. It's why I can't watch speed paints. The music doesn't even help. Wasn't directed at you. I read exactly what I didn't miss anything on chat. I knew exactly what I was talking about the whole time. You're taking it as me coming at you. No. It was, I took it as you agreeing with how I talk about like videos being boring about drawing art. Because it's quite literally just. Hmm? I will say, the Minecraft orchestration he did is just frankly beautiful and just flat out gorgeous. The one that we're listening to right now. Mm-hmm. He could have done like creepy cave music and stuff like that. I think he does a really good job of capturing the wonder, I guess. Which the original orchestra, like music for Minecraft, does that a lot too. So it's just really nice to hear. Music version of me? Listen, he's a lot better than I am. Music version or not. I did it my way. Nice. Share whatever you say. Like, I also share whatever you say. That's funny. Let's take a look. Yeah! Hey, look at this! Your doll sim goes crazy now. What the hell? It was awesome, and you even got to work in when we talked about earlier about how when things move around shapes, they become less visible, right? So I like how the second, like the farther eye is more obstructed by the nose. You're really getting this. Awesome. Good work. Fantastic observational skills. I like the little skull jewelry as well. It is like night and day from like the Dan one to the Dawson one, right? Oh, what the hell? Thanks for having the best art teacher on Twitch. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy the time you spend here. I'm glad it's doing things for you. It's putting effects into practices. It's what you like to see. to not be doing these little effects to the side there. I'm trailing off. It is creating a unrealistic expectation. Ooh, goodness gracious. Ooh, all right. I think about halfway through me inking on this one. Well, I say inking, it's more just like cleanup. Thinking back, oh my gosh. Thinking back when I was 6, Marvel vs. Capcom was my favorite game of all time. I love the designs of the Street Fighter characters. I'd always draw the characters in secret so no one could see them. I'd draw all day because of how horrible it looked, and my brother would tease me for it. That all laid down foundations for me coding art, and now, almost 20 years later, I'm doodling the exact same characters. There's someone who actually likes the ones. Such a surreal feeling because I never could have imagined being able to do this as a kid. I think I'm so lucky to have you help me much of my journey to now where I'm at a point where I'm at least no longer ashamed of my doodles. Aww. I'd mess around, draw my friends, and do all these incredible things I never have imagined before. Yeah, of course. And it sucks because, like, those small things are the things that people don't realize, right? There's an inane amount of things that I would mess with my brother for. Like, mostly I would just, like, physically tease my brother because I like to wrestle and he didn't. I don't think I ever really, like, made fun of his interests. That just felt like something weird to do, right? And so I don't know, it just there's a lot of like small little quips that you think about. It's like, man, this could have sent my life in an entirely different direction if this had been supported instead of, you know, pushed to the side. So I'm glad this can be a space for you to do that. And I hope it continues to be a space for anyone who shows up or wants to draw and learn art. I'm glad I decided to stream also, because if I had just done like art, what's it called? Tutoring or whatever, you wouldn't have been able to like afford it because I live in a different country that has different needs. You may not have seen it as worth it. I think that's the benefit to like being free, right? Or being streaming and stuff like that. Just like, it's definitely more open to like people showing up and just doing things. I think it helps build a stronger community that way. I got a message. Okay. It also makes me worried to like, if I get to the point where I am, what's it called? Somebody as big as Proco, somebody as big as Cynics, somebody like Ethan Becker, right? These really big artists on YouTube that do things, someone like Tyler Adlin or Mark Brunette, right? There is no world where you show up to a stream with Ethan Becker, you type a comment, and you're seen. That leaves me a little bit worried, but, you know, I don't know. Maybe I will proliferate my students, and then they will follow in my footsteps of being someone who is kind and helping of others. Sprungo bots. That'd be really fun. Because I know my strength is not like art, right? You might like you're gonna say no, but like my strength is not like art, because obviously like Mark Brunette is a far better like technical artist, right? Or you got people like Peter Han who are way more dedicated to like draftsmanship than I am, right? So like on talent alone, I don't think I'm gonna make it near those guys. But I think the benefit that I have is that I am much more willing to throw my life away doing silly stuff and talking to people. Just, you know, to no benefit to myself, I guess. Maybe they can be a benefit. That'd be nice if there was a benefit. We'll see. I'll try to do the kiss the twink thing. The Nightwing is with Oracle now. What's Oracle's outfit? Happen when you refuse to let me help you for free. How can that happen when someone literally refuses to give them symbolic amounts of money for like the bare minimum? Is she Batgirl again? I thought she kept the Oracle moniker when she switched over, like purple with green glasses or something. Does she still have the dopey like half cowl? I leveled up the AR2 Coyote to max level and tested it on all fronts. Questions are welcome. Before I get into anything about the weapon, I need to clarify how I grinded this out. It has been less than a day. What does grass feel like? Response? I wouldn't know, I'm afraid. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Am I going to be able to... Is that the Batgirl reference? Let's see. Oh, nice. Zipline. That's cool. Oh, I really like it. Took me a second, right? Because I was looking at this and it's like there's like this red box that says not this pointing at it. I'm like, what the fuck is the difference between these? And it's just like, oh, form-fitting boobs, right? Of course. That's fun though. I like that. That's a cool outfit. Whoever did the design for this was really like fucking thinking this through. This is cool. It is crazy. An electric charge. I should probably check my email. Like, I don't think I'll have gotten anything. But, nope, I didn't get anything. Digital download? Oh, it's my Anatomy for Sculptures book. Maybe it went to spam. There's nothing, there's literally nothing in my spam. That's insane. Whatever. Okay. What does this look like? A bit rough. Fuck. I keep forgetting that is not. It depends on which mode I'm in. It's true. I'm gonna, well, okay. I don't know. I'm probably gonna send a follow-up email. Hey, how's it going? Just wanted to follow up and say I'm really interested in any kind of work that'll get me drawing all the time. Better yet, if you can pay my rent. So what would you say like puts Dynamite apart from a lot of the other comic book studios? Well, you should always do a follow-up 3 days after, supposedly. That's what my aunt says. And if I'm gonna try applying to jobs the old-fashioned way, I might as well try everything the old-fashioned way. I had this fantastic idea, right? So come with me on this journey while I'm distracted, and we can talk about this instead, right? Because I love, like, old high fantasy stuff, right? And like high fantasy space is so cool, right? Could you just like imagine like a fortification like this built into the side of a mountain, right? Just like on an alien planet where blood flows from the river. The rivers flow with blood, right? That'd be so cool. And so I had this idea for like, because they keep rewriting Drakon and stuff like that, right? And not that I want to just like confirm stuff or whatever, but it's like, it pisses me off that comic books sometimes will take really cool ideas and then just like someone will be like, nah, I've got a better idea. And it's just like they brainwashed her into thinking that was the thing. And I'm like, you cunts, you absolute cunts. Open to creators expressing the more not safe for work stories and illustrations for mature audiences as well, and it reflects. So when you say not safe for work, right? Not safe for work can mean a lot of things. Most recently, it's basically just come to mean pornography, right? So if you say not safe for work, I read pornography, but I assume what you mean is violent and maybe sexually gratifying, but not pornography. Because there's a very fine line between a pinup and pornography, and that is the line that covers up the nipple, basically. That's the fine line, right? At least in America, right? Which I'm not a fan of. But just like, can you imagine like the atmosphere is just oozing with this ability, like with the blood forest down below, right? All the trees can be red colored. You can use an entirely different color palette, right? You can stay in these like reds and oranges all of the time. And then you can use this like very macabre background to paint some like beautiful like white characters, because they're vampires, right? They're super pale. And so they just get like, they pop on this like drab background. It's super cool. Nudity, blood, sexual fan service. Can do actual porn at Image Comics. Brain doesn't really align Image overall, excuse the pun. Right? You have like tropical jungles of this like mist plane. It basically like starts to feel like a Tarzan book, right? Which is the kind of shit that I absolutely love. And like, frame this however you want, right? Because you're coming out of the forest or the jungles or something like that. And then it's just like, it's nothing but like grim clouds and macabre and then like everything. And then here's the best part, right? The story takes place on, I think it is Drakon, right? Which is the background for what's it called? The historical background for Vampirella. And I was like, you know what would be really cool? If like the nobility of like the first like 90% of the story, or at least for like the first arc, right, is the story of the son of, I don't know, some barony on the home planet of Vampirella of Drakon, right? And so it's like vampires, medieval like fantasy in space. It's like the only way you could ruin that story as far as like making it sell is by putting a heterosexual white man in charge of the writing. So like I'm probably not the person to write it, but it'd be so cool because the main character would be like, because I think Vampirella is also royalty on Drakon, right? And so this would follow like another royal family house, cousin sort of thing to Vampirella sort of a deal, right? And the main character is just like pretty boy vampire who's very gay, right? It has to be like really gay, but like very charismatic, very suave, very smooth. Yikes. And so the main story basically is just like following him and his quote unquote adventures. Like he's going around he's doing like princely duties, I guess, which is kind of like not war because the planet has been conquered, I think, according to it. But it can deal with things like enslavement of the non-sentient creatures, right? Or the enslavement of peoples and stuff like that. It can be an analogy for all sorts of things. Depends on what you want to do. What I really want though is a what's it called? Oh my god. Forgot I'm doing this on what I really want to do though is include like a treacherous lover, right? A jealous lover who is kind of jealous of the fact that the main character, I wanted to do like Davul, right? So we keep in that same sort of like vampire-esque sort of naming conventions and stuff. And the reason why he's gay is because I want to draw a twink. But not like a twink from like a Twitter or like a Tumblr twink. I want to draw a you remember that one piece by Sabu with the angel and all the vampires? Or not the vampires, the demon girls? You know that one, right? Right. I want to draw that kind of twink, right? Basically the exact same character as that angel being tempted by the demons, right? And the reason why is because I just need them to be incredibly beautiful so that people like question their own sexuality. Because I think that's funny. No, but one, I think it's very funny, but also because when you get like a semi-androgynous twink involved, like I can basically treat them like a woman, and I don't necessarily want to write a female character because I feel like I have less agency over them, right? I can't make them do whatever I want them without some fuck-ass writer on Tumblr or something being like, men can't write women, all that stuff. And I'm like, fine, I won't write women. I'm just gonna write a really pretty twink that does all the same shit that I would have done, maybe. less like a stand-in, more like what's it called? Fuck, keep forgetting that's not the button. But then it gets me in trouble with the gays, right? Exactly, right? A Redditor, whatever the fuck, right? Like, you're drawing an unrealistic expectation of the gays, and it's like, shut the fuck up. I'm drawing horny ass gay vampires. You need to back the hell up. But yeah, basically the story ends with, or the first arc ends with Davul being outed by his jealous lover who has raised an army against his hold, right? And in doing so, instituted a sort of coup, right? Which forces Davul to flee from not only his like barony, but also like the planet, right? And so I gotta really practice this stuff. The face is coming out really boring and I don't like that. I think it's the problem is that it's too tall, right? It's too his like traditionally masculine. But also, I don't really like the eyes. Let's try them again. I gotta zoom really, because I keep forgetting that you guys can't see this well. All of the hot twinks. Ah, you know how it is. I think I want maybe the cheek to be bigger, actually. I'll have to, I'll play around with it, right? I'll definitely be studying Sabu later, for sure. He just looks like Ross now. I'm mad. All right, we're done. We're done with this. We're going back to inking. Anyway, that's how he ends up on Earth. Is because he's fleeing from the not uprising, but kind of like the play of power from his like jealous lover. Ends up on Earth. Is like, yo, Vampire cousin, let's go bowling. And she's like, I need you to come back and help me overthrow this coup. And she's like, no, I got shit to do here on Earth. And it's like, well, what am I supposed to do? It's like, I don't know. I wouldn't have the power to help you either. And so he spends like a week learning culture, and then he goes out, and the next 3 months, he like does insider trading, does gambling, uses magic. So that's like the cool thing, right? I don't know if Vampirella uses a lot of magic, but I definitely want, what's it called? I want Davul to use a lot of magic because I want it. One, I was sort of inspired once again, or reminded of like kind of witchy aspects that I like when I watched Weapons. And so I want a lot of like magic to be used more in like to be more witchy related, right? To effeminate the character more. It's like, it's a bridge trait, right? Characters that are high in strength tend to be more masculine, right? And then characters that are more like mystical or witchy and like magical tend to be more feminine, right? There's just like, it's a bridge trait, right? Unless you're like an old ass wizard. But if you're a hot twink, if you do witch magic, you're definitely crossing the line over to feminine for the bridge line. So in 3 months, right, Vampirella doesn't know what the hell's going on. They find him and he's like living in a penthouse doing all this stuff, and he's like, oh yeah, no, I just, the last 3 months I was putting in a lot of insider trading or day trading, and I have $35 million, right? So he just like becomes a millionaire really quickly because he's a vampire noble that can use magic. Like, what the fuck did you think? You think he was gonna be poor? Get out of here, right? Get out of here. And that way, and this is the best part that I like about that, right? Because it allows us to analyze right and wrong, right? Superheroes tend to like take action on violent crimes, right? Very rarely, if ever, do they cover white collar crimes. One, because it's not as fun and interesting, and two, because it's way harder for comic book artists to understand the ins and outs of these white collar crimes, to be able to have a detective or a comic book character be able to do that, let alone make it interesting to read, right? So this kind of just like puts a spotlight on the fact that yes, Davul did a lot of illegal shit to get to 35 million in 3 months. But like his neighbor on the floor below him makes $50 million in a week because he is from a very wealthy family and his assets just make money. So literally, Davul is a drop in the bucket. It's like, yes, Davul is now wealthy and will continue to be wealthy, but there is no crime he has committed because this is the accepted behavior for a ruling class, right? And Davul, very much being a ruling class, has done that. And he's gotten it, quote unquote, legally, right? The insider trading is like foresight into being able to know what stocks go what and where, right? Or the other things is like sleeping with other traders who know insider information, getting stuff out of them like that, right? He doesn't hurt anybody. He doesn't do anything. The gambling comes from just the fact that he understands blah, blah, statistically speaking, yada, 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 this and that, right? Sex, sin, and gambling for 3 months. And then Davul is a multimillionaire. And it's, you know, it's a way to put a spotlight onto that. And then they can transition into like, now Davul is like being guilt tripped by Vampirella into doing good in the human world, right? And even though he might be against direct outright confrontation because he's more of a mysticist, he can fill more of like a shoot, what's his name? Oh my god, you love them. Magician from DC. That's not Zatanna. I've forgotten his name. Fuck me, Constantine. So it can become more of like a Constantine wizard detective sort of comic book series. So we go from vampire high fantasy, gay vampire space opera fantasy, to gay vampire wizard detective thriller. And then maybe there is eventually like, because it lays the seeds for like an invasion of Drakon, right? Because Drakon, or at least the ruling families there, are after, or Daviul's jealous lover leads an army against Earth in an effort to conquer it and to take back Daviul, right? And so it can lead to this cataclysmic event, just like how, what's it called? It's a bit of a Marvel, you have like Infinity Wars and stuff like that. And then you have in DC Crisis, or like these like super cross like events, right? And like, I don't know necessarily how much all of the characters in the Dynamite universe cross over. I know that Sonya has crossed over into Marvel a couple of times, and I know that Vampirella has as well. I'm not 100% because I don't know a ton of the lore or like the interconnectivity of the comics. So a lot, right? So this can literally just be like another setup for like a crossover crisis, right? Which is really fun because now we take this small bit of like comic book history that a lot of people would overlook or think that it's part of like, sorry, as Marvel crowd. Yeah. She was like summoned into the future by like as an alter ego for Mary Jane Watson, right? I was reading up on the Wikipedia page. But anyway, right? So we take this like little tidbit of comic book lore history and turn it into this crisis event that isn't like it's like a world threatening event, but it's not going to destroy the multiverse or whatever the hell they keep doing. It's just like an invasion event, right? It's like a point in contact that involves a lot of superheroes. People can have conflicts, you know, things can change, and it thrusts lesser known characters more into the spotlight. It'd be so cool. It'd be really cool. And also, Daviul's boyfriend / lover / ex has got to be like a bear, right? Applying for the wrong job? No, I want to be doing the drawing and the writing and the doing all the stuff, right? I want to be doing the drawing and stuff. I don't want to do that. I want to be doing the drawing. I don't want to be doing the editing. I want to draw. Anyway. I feel like as an artist and an author, I would be happier, and it also maybe wouldn't be that big of a deal to be like, hey, what do you guys think about turning Drakon into an incitement event or something? That all hinges on whether or not I get a job at Dynamite, right? If I don't, I'll probably still do the fucking vampire world at some junction or whatever, just because it's too cool of an idea to leave on the table, right? High fantasy, vampires, magic, sword and sorcery, right? And like the best part of like, what's it called? The Drakon thing is like, oh, why doesn't Drakon have any technology? Oh, it's like we kind of just have magic for a lot of it, but also we live for a long time. So a lot of this technology stuff that you guys use is fun, but it's a bit of a distraction, right? The distraction being you're distracting me from learning how to use a sword real good, having vampire orgies, and being a ruling class over servants and slaves. So, you know, also the undead horse, I forgot. Cause like, so here's the thing, right? What is it? On Drakon, they're vampires. Vampires are immortal, or I think they're immortal, right? Is Vampirella immortal? I don't know. She probably is. Vampires are immortal, whatever. I'm assuming there's something like true vampires, right? Anyway, they're immortal, or like extremely long-lived, or under the sun of Drakon, they live for centuries or whatever, blah, 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 blah. But most of the animals wouldn't, right? So if nobility's riding around on horses, because this connection between the horse is so like important, right? It's a symbolic connection, right? More important than like the building of spacecraft or like the building of cars or the innovations of technology, right? It's a very mysticism centered sort of thing. And so Davul has an undead horse. Why does Davul have an undead horse? Because this is common practice amongst Drakan nobility, right? Where you go through horses until you find the one that like blink soul bonds, right? You're like, I don't think I could live without this horse. This is my favorite horse. I love this horse. And we know this happens throughout history because there's tons of historical evidence that literally people will form unending life bonds with horses. So there's a ritual that when your horse that you are pair bonded with is going to die or is dying, you raise them as an undead horse mount steed that is soul bound to you, right? And so, of course, when Davul goes to Earth and then goes by the name David, I wanted it to be like something silly, but then I was like, no, it's got to be something normal and biblical, like David. Yeah. And so it's like, how are you going to hide the big skeleton horse? And it's like, oh, don't worry about that. And it transforms into like a Mitsubishi XLR, whatever the hell, latest motorcycle design, right? Because magic is always cooler. And then I can draw the skeleton horse acting like a puppy, because who doesn't want that? Remember, the first trope in cinema is that everything's a dog. It would be amazing, right? Picture this, early morning scene, right? It's early morning scene, bed, Davul, whoever the fuck he's been sleeping with, right? Some random guy or whatever, I don't know. And then undead skeleton horse resting head on the bed because they're waiting for Davul to wake up and pet them and bring them food or like whatever, right? Whatever skeleton horses do. Just like in this fucking multi-million-dollar apartment complex, right? And then fuck ass wakes up, yawns, stretches, right? Turns around, face to face with an undead skeleton horse in the morning, and they just scream for their lives because they're scared shitless. I think that would be a really funny scene to draw. I think it'd be really funny. Anyway, so yeah, undead. This is all like, these are the kinds of things that I think about as I'm falling asleep or as I'm unable to sleep at like 1 a.m. So anyway, it would be cool to get hired and work for Dynamite, just to like down the road at some point try to promote this or try to put this forth. Great. I think it'd be cool. Anyway. But that's a big but. At the same time, these ideas are so incredible. We would love to if you kept them for yourself. So attached and have everything. So here's the thing though. I am not super attached to the idea, right? I think it would be really cool because it gives me a chance to draw a lot of Frank Frazetta ass like landscapes and shit. Um, I think it's a great idea, but the premise of just like gay vampire with money is not new, unique, or anything, right? And I could 100% do that with whatever if I wanted to, right? Be like down the line sort of a thing. I am 100% fine handing over that character to Dynamite, right? It doesn't matter to me. It makes more sense to keep that in the same universe as Dynamite because the character is so heavily inspired by the backstory and the history of Vampirella. Now, if they were like, you should draw Sprungy for Dynamite Comics, and I'm like, no, you're literally asking me to sign away my soul. Like, quite actually, I don't think you realize that is me. Get away with it if you get big enough. Ah, well, I don't care all that much. Like, again, like, I do a really good job of being like, work? Me. I think it's why I'm really good. I think that's one of my strengths, right? Is that I'm very good at compartmentalizing what is necessary to make me happy and what is necessary to get the job done, right? So while like you guys know how I feel about critiques, right? I'm like, I prefer critiques like this, right? That does not apply at all to work critiques. These are two different types of critiques, right? Here, an editor is telling me you need to change this, and this so that the character is on model, it looks good, and it matches the rest of the art style. And I say, okay, cool, I'll bring some other references so you can guide me along, and we make sure that this looks the way it's supposed to, right? If someone is telling me what my art should look like, I'm like, shut the fuck up. Backseat with you. To the back of the bus with you. Be gone forever. But that's a completely different discussion to like this one, right? Anyway, yeah. So it's like as long as I'm being paid and I'm getting the opportunity to improve my artistic abilities, dude, I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want with me in the comic book industry, right? The goal is to eventually get big enough that I can support myself doing my own art, right? And that's like a whole separate thing, right? Yeah, go ahead. Said you never want to sell art. That's not what I said. Our art lessons, what about pinups and such? Would you consider locking those behind a Patreon? Some non-essentially pieces that you do exclusively for a paying audience. So this is like education. Should be free, right? Education should be free. I understand that when I teach people or I take the time to like explain things to people, that is work and effort on my part, right? Stuff like my original art, stuff like physical comic books, stuff like stickers, stuff like pinups, stuff like all that stuff. I don't really care if it's behind a paywall, right? As well, let me rephrase that. I want everyone to view my art, right? So I would do the rolling paywall sort of thing, right? Where it's like after 2 months, the art that was on Patreon gets released to the public, right? Only because I've been doing primarily this stuff and I haven't been doing a lot of this stuff, right? Something like this where I'm using someone else's characters without permission, I would also make free because I don't think it's right for me to put this kind of stuff behind a paywall. Even if it is only temporary. Additionally, comics and stuff, I want to be able to host for free in the same way that like Peculiar Art does it, right? Where they're like, yeah, the comic's up. In 2 months, everyone will be able to read it or whatever, right? But for now, it's only Patreon and like members. But if it costs me money, it's going to cost you money, right? It does not cost me money to upload art. And if you are broke, you will eventually see it, right? If you want a sticker that you can put on something, you're not going to get that for free. You're not going to get that for free because it costs me money to get the sticker, to ship the sticker, right? So stuff like buying the actual physical books, right? If I ever print these into like a shonen style comic book, like the shonen book, then it's going to cost money to get those, right? And it's going to cost money at a profit because you can read those yourself. If you are getting them physically, you at least want to support me enough to like hold it on your wall or something, or use it as decoration, or physically hold it in your hands and read it. If that's the case, you should buy it, right? At profit, I think. I think that at profit is not too much to ask for physical items that you can hold. But it doesn't cost me money to upload the art to a digital. But additionally, it also doesn't feel the same, right? Being in person looking at art is way different than having it on a page and like on a screen, right? So I'm 100% more than happy to, what's it called? Post digital versions for free, even like behind like a rolling paywall, right? And I don't want it to be like a super huge paywall, right? I want the distance to be like a month or 2 at most. I'm not going to be like, this is the stuff from last year. No, I prefer to have it like at least a month, but no more than 2. It could also be like a force push. Whenever I finish something, it knocks the last thing out of a stack, right? So like I finished 3 things this month, and so people get 2 free arts. And then the next time I finish an art piece, it's going to bump that one out of the Patreon, right? And then into the public space. But knowing myself, I'm probably not going to finish something every month, right? And so I would rather have that be like an option where it's like, I did 3 extra things this month than I usually do. So here's some of the art early. That'd be something worth exploring to me. But, right, if you want a commission, if you want to buy a pinup, like a poster, whatever, if I end up having any of these, I definitely want to get paid for those. The education, though, the education will always be free, because in my mind, the education is the most important thing that anyone can ever do as like a skilled like craftsman, right? Anyone that has a skill and is proficient in that skill, the most important thing you can do, in my opinion, right, is to teach that what you have learned, right? I think that just speaks to a very human part of me, where we're all just kind of like monkeys on a big rock, and the only way we're making it through this is if we hold ourselves together. That's why I like being able to like talk to people and like have a community that is small enough that I can like see what's happening. Once it gets to like the point when a million people are talking over each other in the group chat to do stuff, it's like, this is very difficult. So I never want to restrict access to me, because restricting access to me would restrict, what's it called? Restricting access would restrict education, right? If I say, oh, Sprung's on this Discord channel, but they only really talk to the people on this channel, right? The like Patreon room. It's like, I don't like that at all. I understand that like it will give people less of an opportunity, right? Because statistically speaking, if I have 100 people in chat and everyone's talking at the same time, you are less likely to be seen by me, right? And if you pay $5 and now there's just like 10 people in the Patreon chat, you are statistically more likely to be seen by me, right? So it gives people less of a chance to actually speak to me if I don't do it, but it gives everyone an equal chance to see me. And I just, you know, it feels gross to make people pay to just be seen. I don't like that. I don't like that. Listen, if it gets to like 100 people going at a mile a minute, you should have been here earlier. I'm sorry. You're hopping late on the bandwagon. I'll get to you eventually, I promise. If not, there's a lot of other really talented and really special people who are more than happy to help and give tips. Because they were here earlier and I got to do one-on-ones with them, and we talked about how to do critiques and stuff. So people teach the people, right? That's where the sprung bots, the sprunkles come in. Anyway, that is my general view of things, just of things. This is doing all of that. Son of a bitch. I need to see what this looks like. It looks wrong, is what it looks like. literally the bleed, I don't have to worry about that. Artists that ghost their Patreons are a different flavor of unhinged, right? Yeah, like it doesn't, me personally, it doesn't take long to check in, but I understand that those people are also under a lot of mental stress, right? And everything that they do has to be like, you are addressing not just your audience, but also your patrons, right? So you need to be professional in your whatever, because maybe that's the way that they presented themselves, or maybe they're just not socially adept enough to be able to confront a large number of people. They can't deal with that kind of, you know, confrontation if something happens that they don't like. I'm sure there's plenty of reasonable, like, excuses I could come up with for someone who doesn't talk to their patrons. I think that it is a skill that you should learn. I don't think that I would have that problem, because I'm just going to be honest and be like, listen, y'all, I ate 23 chicken nuggets and then I collapsed into a coma and I didn't do any of the work. We'll finish it up this week. And that is legitimately what I did last night. I ate 16 chicken nuggets to round out how many calories and protein I needed for the rest of my night. Yep. That's what I did. Mm-hmm. One more question. Sure. We got about 10 minutes, and then unfortunately I have something at 6:30, so I do need to leave at 5. That's crazy. 2 cooked eggs is the same amount of calories as a can of Dr. Pepper. 1 slice of sourdough bread is more calories than a can of Dr. Pepper. Wild. I need to change this to 1. I had a whole pickle, or a spear, which is like a quarter of a pickle. And that's 3 whole calories. 3 whole calories. That's insane. I would eat a ton more, but I don't think I can eat that many pickles. I know some artists that offer art critiques for money on their Patreon. Would you consider this to technically be paywalling educational content, since they often go in depth? How would you do it? Would you paywall or do them for free? I would do them for free, but I'm probably offering something less comprehensive than they do with their critiques, right? Because you gotta remember, when you paywall critiques for those artists, like say Picat, I don't know if Picat actually does have a paywall for critiques, but if you submit your art to Picat for a critique, what you're doing is you're just, what's it called? You are paying for her experience, right? You are paying for her to tell you how to make her art more like hers, right? You're paying for her opinion on how you should change your work. I don't know if I would say that is educational as much. I do it very differently, right? I don't do critiques in the same sense, right? I talk to people and I ask them, where do you think you need to go with this? Where would you like to shift this, right? And then I give them educational resources on how they might be able to achieve that, right? It is fairly divorced from my opinion and really only educating based on my knowledge and experience. I would not paywall critiques, but I'm also not the same type of person you would go to be like, how do I make the clothes look more like clothes that would be worn by someone cool? I don't fucking, you gotta like, listen, find your own outfit and then try to apply that. If you want to talk about perspective, form, or color theory, we can do that, but uh-huh. I don't think anything like it. But I might shove them to a specific day if that becomes the only thing that people ever want to do. Although I doubt that usually isn't what happens, right? We had 1 week so far where it was you and then Turtle and then Black Tea, and it was like back to back to back. And then after that, you guys haven't really come to me with any critique stuff, right? Maybe you could say what we did where we talking about heads as a critique, right? Yeah, because it's like, honestly, I'm going to be real with you. Art is one of the few bright lights in this world at the moment, right? Like, food is also really good, but not for a lot of people. And like, if you want to learn to do food or learn to make food, it's harder for me to teach you to make food than it is for me to teach you to make art. So whether you're doing it as like a hobby or as a profession or whatever you want to do it for, it's a skill that you can improve on, right? And if you want to improve on it, then you should have the ability to do that. I am strongly adamant about that when it comes to like woodworking, cooking, aquariums, plant care, right? Music. I believe that the ability for people to improve their lives, because having a hobby or like having a skill improves your mental health dramatically, right? If you get known in your friend group as the person who knows music stuff and people go to you for that, it makes you feel like you're contributing, right? It is so important for people, right? Anyway, and if that's not available to you, I think it is highly important that it is. Because we all want to contribute to not just society, but smaller, to our own tribe, right? And when I say tribe, I mean like friends, whatever you want to be, right? Your friends, your community, your groups, all those things. People can rely on you. It makes you feel way better about yourself, about your life. It makes you happier. As well as the self-fulfillment that comes from learning a skill and being good at it. I think that's also fairly important. And I'm sure there's dozens of studies backing that up. Got 3 more frames to ink, but we'll do them tomorrow. Or I'll be playing Silksong tomorrow. I haven't decided which one. I think I still have to buy Silksong, so hopefully the servers are done by the time I get back. I think we're holding on that one a little bit too much. Like the gap between this and this is a bit more. I think I would like this to be like that. It's holding a bit too much on that frame. Crown, but see I don't attain. Crown, but see I don't attain. But see I don't attain. Crown, but see I don't attain. Cool. Yeah. Thanks so much. And of course, listen, Kit, as much as you can tell me thank you for helping you out and doing all these things, it is also incredibly inspiring to see someone who is trying their hardest and doing something, right? Even if you're not like doing a million studies every day, right? Anytime something gets said or brought up, you incorporate it into what you're doing and you think about it and you work on it. And that is just as inspiring to know that efforts have effects, right? Not just your effort, but the fact that I'm explaining something and you take it to heart and you practice it and you do it. And I hope I'm leading you down the right path with this stuff. I'm doing my best, but hopefully it leads to growth for you that you are proud of. Because it's really inspiring to see your change happen as well. So thank you as well for being such a good student. And showing up every day and all that stuff. You know how it goes. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. And I will see y'all tomorrow. It's some Robbie's out here. Robbie's in the chat.